come with us on a journey through time to a city that has for centuries captured the imagination of the world. A city of light, of love, of revolution, and of art. This is the story of Paris, a tale that stretches back over 2 millennia, from a small Celtic settlement on the banks of the Seine to the glittering, vibrant metropolis we know today. We will walk its ancient Roman roads, stand in the shadow of its Gothic cathedrals, witness the storming of the Bastille, and stroll through the gas-lit boulevards of the Belle Époque. It's a story of kings and revolutionaries, of artists and philosophers, of grandeur and turmoil, all etched into the very stones of its streets. As we begin this journey together, we'd love to know where our story is reaching you. Please take a moment to write in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. It's always fascinating to see how far these tales travel. And if you enjoy stories of the great cities and epic moments of history, be sure to subscribe to our channel so you'll be the first to know when new stories are released. Now, let us begin our story, not in the sprawling city of the present, but on a small island in a winding river, where a tribe of Celtic fishermen and boatmen known as the Parisi first made their home. Our story begins not with stone and mortar, but with water and wood, on a marshy island nestled in a gentle curve of the river Seine. Long before the legions of Rome cast their long shadow over Gaul, this strategic piece of land was the heart of a vibrant Celtic tribe known as the Parisi. They were a people of the river, skilled boatmen and shrewd traders who controlled the critical water routes. Their wealth and influence stamped onto the intricate gold coins they minted, a testament to a sophisticated and organized society. Their settlement, a bustling oppidum of wooden huts and earthen ramparts, was named Lutetia, a word that some scholars believe meant place near a swamp, a fitting description for the damp, fertile landscape that sustained them. For generations, the Parisi thrived here, their lives dictated by the rhythm of the river, their culture interwoven with the deep, ancient traditions of the Celtic world. They fished in the Seine's murky waters, traded goods along its currents, and looked to their druidic priests for spiritual guidance. The island, which we now call the Île de la Cité, was their fortress and their marketplace, a naturally defensible home from which they could watch the world float by. But that world was about to change in a way they could never have imagined. Far to the south, an ambition as vast and relentless as an ocean tide was rising. Gaius Julius Caesar, a man of formidable intellect and boundless ambition, was leading his legions on a campaign of conquest through Gaul. His goal was not merely to defeat the disparate Gallic tribes, but to subdue them to absorb their lands and their people into the ever-expanding dominion of the Roman Republic. For years, the tribes fought back, sometimes alone, sometimes in fragile alliances, but the disciplined, relentless advance of the Roman military machine seemed unstoppable. In the year 52 BC, a great chieftain of the Arverni tribe, Vercingetorix, achieved what no one before him had managed. He united the warring Gallic tribes into a massive confederation, a grand uprising to expel the Roman invaders once and for all. The Parisii, fiercely independent and proud, eagerly joined this rebellion, their fate now tied to the larger struggle for Gallic freedom. Caesar, recognizing the danger of a unified Gaul, moved to strike at the heart of the rebellion. While he marched to confront Vercingetorix at the epic siege of Alesia, he dispatched his most trusted and brilliant lieutenant, Titus Labienus, to crush the coalition of tribes along the Seine, including the Parisii. Labienus, a master strategist second only to Caesar himself, marched north with 4 legions, a force of nearly 20,000 heavily armed and highly disciplined soldiers. The Gallic tribes, under the command of an elderly but wily chief named Camulogenus, prepared to make their stand. Camulogenus understood his home turf perfectly. He knew that the marshes and the river that had sustained his people could also serve as their greatest defense. He ordered the bridges leading to the island of Lutetia to be destroyed, forcing the Romans to confront the impassable water, and established his main camp on the high ground of what we now call the left bank, daring Labienus to attempt a crossing under the watchful eyes of his warriors. Labienus, assessing the formidable Gallic position, knew a direct assault would be costly, even foolish. He relied instead on deception, the hallmark of Roman military genius. In a brilliant feint, he marched his legions back from the river, making it appear as if he were retreating in disarray. He then sent a small contingent of troops, making as much noise as possible up the river, while quietly moving the bulk of his forces downriver under the cover of a storm-tossed night. Using a flotilla of boats he had requisitioned, Labienus ferried his best legionaries across the Seine to a point near modern-day Grenelle, effectively bypassing the Gallic defenses and establishing a beachhead on the same side of the river as Camulogenus's army. Caught by surprise, Camulogenus was forced to abandon his fortified position and meet the Romans on open ground, in the plain of Grenelle. The battle was ferocious. The Gauls, fighting for their homes and their freedom, charged with a desperate courage that momentarily stunned the Roman lines. At the heart of the maelstrom was Camulogenus himself, old but unyielding, urging his warriors forward. But Roman discipline and tactics ultimately prevailed. Labienus, having successfully recalled his other cohorts, enveloped the Gallic army. Camulogenus fell in the heat of the battle, and with his death, the spirit of the Gallic resistance was broken. The Parisii and their allies were slaughtered. Lutetia, the island heart of the Parisii, was captured and burned, its wooden huts and earthen walls turning to ash, a funeral pyre for Gallic independence on the Seine. From these ashes, however, a new city would rise, one forged in the image of its conquerors. The Romans, ever the pragmatic builders, saw the strategic value of the location. They rebuilt Lutetia, but not as a simple trading post. It was to be a proper Roman city, an outpost of civilization and a symbol of Roman power in northern Gaul. The center of this new city shifted from the now rebuilt island to the left bank, on the higher, drier ground of the hill they called Mons Lucotitius, known to us today as the Montagne Sainte Geneviève. Here, the Roman engineers laid out a city in their traditional, orderly fashion. A grid of straight streets dominated by a main north-south artery, the Cardo Maximus, which corresponds almost exactly to today's Rue Saint-Jacques. At the crest of the hill, they constructed the Forum, the beating heart of any Roman city. This was a vast, open plaza surrounded by the most important public buildings, a basilica for administering justice, temples dedicated to Roman gods, and bustling markets where goods from across the empire were sold. This was the center of civic life, where Gallo-Romans would gather to conduct business, debate politics, and participate in the public life of the empire. To service this new city and to display the grandeur of Rome, the engineers undertook massive public works projects. An aqueduct stretching for 16 kilometers was constructed to bring fresh spring water into Lutetia, feeding the city's fountains and, most importantly, its public baths. The remnants of these baths, the Thermes de Cluny, still stand today. Their cavernous, vaulted ceilings, a ghostly echo of a bygone era. These were not merely places for washing. They were grand social centers. Within their heated walls, citizens could exercise, receive massages, conduct business meetings, and gossip in the steam of the caldarium, the warm tepidarium, or the bracing cold of the frigidarium. A little to the east, nestled into the side of the hill, was the great amphitheater, the Arène de Lutetia. A clever hybrid design, it combined a classical stage for theatrical performances with an elliptical arena for more brutal entertainments. Thousands of spectators would pack its stone tiers to watch Greek tragedies, but also to witness the bloody spectacle of gladiators fighting to the death and the gruesome hunts of wild animals. It was here, through bread and circuses, that the culture of Rome was most vividly impressed upon its new Gallic citizens. For 3 centuries, Lutetia flourished under the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. It was a prosperous, if provincial, Roman town, a melting pot where Celtic traditions mingled with Roman laws, language, and religion. The island, the old Ile de la Cité, remained a vital hub, the site of the Boatmen's Guild, and was connected to the banks by sturdy wooden bridges. But the grand public buildings, the villas with their mosaic floors, and the bustling forum were all on the left bank. This was the golden age of Roman Lutetia. But the light of Rome, which had burned so brightly for so long, was beginning to flicker. By the 3rd century AD, the empire was racked by internal strife, and more ominously, by the first waves of Germanic tribes pressing against its frontiers. The peace and security that had allowed Lutetia to grow as an open, undefended city were shattered. The inhabitants began to abandon the sprawling villas and grand monuments of the left bank, retreating to the ancient, defensible sanctuary of the Ile de la Cité. The city literally began to devour itself. The magnificent stones of the Forum, the amphitheater, and other public buildings were dismantled and ferried to the island to construct a thick, protective wall around its perimeter. A civilization was tearing down the symbols of its glory to build a fortress for its survival. It was during this period of decline and fear that a new force began to take hold, a religion that offered hope in a world of uncertainty: Christianity. Legend tells of the city's first bishop, Saint Denis, who was martyred on the hill of Montmartre, and in a final act of faith, picked up his own severed head and carried it for miles before collapsing. This new faith would prove as resilient as the city itself. As the Roman administration crumbled and the last legions marched away, the name Lutetia began to fade from use. The city came to be known by the name of its original inhabitants, Paris, a subtle but profound reclaiming of its ancient identity. The city had shrunk back to its island cradle, fortified and fearful, awaiting the dawn of a new and uncertain age. The Roman chapter was closing, and the stage was being set for the arrival of new conquerors, the Franks, who would transform this battered Roman outpost into the capital of a kingdom and the crucible of a new nation. The formidable structure of the Roman Empire, which had for centuries imposed order upon a vast and disparate world, was crumbling from within and without. As the legions retreated and the imperial administration dissolved, a long twilight descended upon Gaul, an age of uncertainty and fear. In Paris, the city had contracted like a frightened creature, abandoning the sprawling grandeur of the left bank to retreat behind the newly built, crude but strong walls of the Ile de la Cité. The stones of the Forum and the amphitheater once symbols of civic pride and Roman culture, were now mere quarried blocks in a defensive wall, a stark testament to a world turned upside down. The city that had been Lutetia was a shadow of its former self, an isolated island stronghold bracing against the chaotic tides of a new era. In this vacuum of secular power, a new kind of authority was rising, one rooted not in legions and laws, but in faith and miracles. And in Paris, this new power had a human face, a pious and unshakable woman named Genevieve. Born into a Gallo-Roman family, Genevieve had dedicated her life to God from a young age, her deep piety and charismatic presence earning her the reverence of the city's inhabitants. Her defining moment, the one that would forever etch her name into the soul of Paris, came in the year 451. From the east, a terrifying storm was gathering, a force of such legendary ferocity that it was known as the Scourge of God. Attila the Hun and his vast, unstoppable army were sweeping across Gaul, leaving a trail of fire and devastation in their wake. As news reached Paris that the Huns were marching towards them, a wave of panic gripped the city. The men began preparing to abandon their homes, to flee with their families and whatever possessions they could carry. But Genevieve stood firm. She walked among the terrified citizens, her voice a beacon of calm in the storm of fear. She urged them to stay, not to flee, but to pray and to trust in the protection of God. She convinced the women of the city to gather in the baptistery and join her in a prayer marathon, a spiritual defense against the approaching horde. Her conviction was so powerful, so absolute, that the Parisians were swayed. They stayed, they prayed, and they watched the horizon. Then, inexplicably, the threat vanished. Attila, for reasons that historians still debate, turned his army away from Paris, sparing the city completely. To the people of Paris, it was nothing less than a miracle, an act of divine intervention secured by the faith of Genevieve. She became their protector, their patron saint, a living symbol of the city's resilience and its divine favor. While the spiritual authority of the church was solidifying within the city walls, the political landscape beyond was being redrawn by new, ambitious peoples. From across the Rhine, a confederation of Germanic tribes, the Franks, had for generations been migrating into the Roman province of Gaul. They were not simply raiders. They were settlers, warriors, and pragmatists, serving at times as allies and mercenaries within the Roman army, even as their own leaders carved out kingdoms from the decaying empire. By the late 5th century, a young, ruthless, and brilliant king of the Salian Franks named Clovis had ascended to the throne. He inherited a small kingdom, but possessed an immense ambition: to unite all the Franks and to conquer all of Gaul. His primary obstacle in the north was Syagrius, a Roman general who ruled a large enclave around Soissons, a last, isolated remnant of Roman authority. In 486, the 20-year-old Clovis marched his army against Syagrius, shattering the last vestiges of Roman power in Gaul and extending his dominion to the banks of the Loire. During his campaigns, Paris itself endured a long siege by the Franks, and it was Genevieve, now an elderly and revered figure, who once again saved her city. She secretly navigated a flotilla of boats past the Frankish blockade, traveling up the Seine to Troyes and returning with desperately needed grain, preventing a famine, and earning the deep respect and admiration of the very king who was besieging her. Clovis was a pagan, a worshipper of the old Germanic gods of war and nature, but he was also a shrewd politician who understood the world he sought to conquer. The majority of the people in Gaul, the Gallo-Roman aristocracy and peasantry alike, were not pagans. They were Christians. Moreover, they were Nicene Christians, followers of the doctrine established at the Council of Nicaea, which would become the basis of Roman Catholicism. Most other Germanic rulers who had established kingdoms within the former empire, such as the Visigoths and the Vandals, were Arian Christians, followers of a doctrine considered heretical by the Catholic majority. This created a permanent religious and cultural rift between the rulers and the ruled. Clovis, perhaps guided by a keen strategic sense, or perhaps by love, made a fateful decision. He married a Burgundian princess named Clotilde. Not only was she of royal blood, but she was also a devout Catholic, and she immediately began the patient, persistent work of converting her husband. Clovis resisted. He allowed their firstborn son to be baptized, but when the infant died shortly after, he saw it as a sign of the weakness of the Christian God. Yet Clotilde persevered. The true turning point came, as it so often does in the tales of great leaders, on the field of battle. Around the year 496, Clovis was engaged in a desperate war against the Alemanni, another powerful Germanic confederation. At the Battle of Tolbiac, the fighting was going disastrously for the Franks. Their lines were buckling, his warriors were falling, and the sting of defeat seemed imminent. In that moment of utter desperation, with his own gods having seemingly abandoned him, Clovis did something extraordinary. He lifted his eyes to the heavens and prayed aloud, not to Odin or Thor, but to the god of his wife, Clotilde. He made a vow. If this new god would grant him victory, he would forsake his idols and be baptized in his name. At that very moment, the tide of the battle turned. The king of the Alemanni was struck down, and his leaderless warriors, seeing their king fall, threw down their weapons and surrendered. Clovis had his victory, and it felt to him like a divine judgment. True to his word, on Christmas Day of 496, in a grand ceremony in the Cathedral of Reims, Clovis was baptized by Bishop Remigius. As he stepped into the holy water, renouncing his pagan past, 3,000 of his Frankish warriors followed their king's example and were baptized alongside him. This was not merely a spiritual event. It was a political masterstroke of breathtaking genius. In a single act, Clovis united his Frankish warriors with the Gallo-Roman population under the banner of a single faith. He was no longer a foreign, heretical conqueror. He was a legitimate Christian king, the chosen protector of the Catholic Church in Gaul. The bishops, who wielded enormous influence over the local populace, immediately threw their support behind him, proclaiming him their champion against the Arian heretics. With the blessing of the Church and the loyalty of his people now secured, Clovis continued his conquests, driving the Visigoths from southern Gaul and consolidating his rule over a vast territory that would one day become France. Now he needed a capital, a political and symbolic heart for his new kingdom. He chose Paris. The city's location was ideal, strategically positioned on the Seine, controlling trade routes and offering a central point from which to govern his lands. Its island was a natural fortress, proven during the turbulent years of Rome's decline, and it was the city of Sainte-Geneviève, a place of demonstrated spiritual power, now a Christian stronghold. In the year 508, Clovis officially declared Paris the capital of his Merovingian kingdom. He established his royal palace on the Ile de la Cité, on the very same site where the Roman governors had once held court. The city, which had shrunk in fear, began to show new signs of life. Clovis and his successors were great patrons of the Church, and under their rule, the first great Parisian abbeys and churches began to rise. On the left bank, upon the hill where the Roman Forum had once stood, Clovis began the construction of the Abbey of the Holy Apostles, intending it to be a magnificent mausoleum for himself and his beloved Clotilde. After his death, it was rededicated to the city's beloved patroness, becoming the Abbey of Sainte-Geneviève, a center of faith and learning for centuries to come. Nearby, Clovis's son, Childebert I, founded another grand abbey to house a holy relic, which would become known as the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The Paris of the Merovingians was a city in transformation, a fusion of three distinct cultures. It was still a Gallo-Roman city in its layout and its population, but it was now ruled by a Frankish warrior aristocracy, whose customs, laws, and language began to intermingle with the older Latin traditions. And binding them both together was the increasingly powerful and unifying force of the Catholic Church. When Clovis died in 511, his kingdom, according to Frankish custom, was divided among his 4 sons, a tradition that would lead to generations of bloody infighting and instability. But his legacy for Paris was secure. He had taken a frightened Roman outpost and made it the capital of a nascent kingdom, laying the foundation upon which the future of a great European city, and indeed a nation, would be built. The death of Clovis brought not stability, but strife. Following the Frankish tradition of partible inheritance, his meticulously assembled kingdom was fractured, divided among his sons, who and their descendants after them engaged in generations of brutal civil war. The Merovingian dynasty slowly bled itself dry, the kings becoming little more than figureheads, the true power wielded by their ambitious court officials, the mayors of the palace. During this long decline, Paris remained a city of significance, but its status as the singular heart of the kingdom waned. The royal court was often itinerant, and when a new and powerful dynasty, the Carolingians, finally seized the throne in the 8th century, their gaze was fixed eastward. The greatest of their kings, Charlemagne, dreamed of resurrecting the Roman Empire in the west, and his vast domain stretched deep into Germany and Italy. He established his capital far from the Seine, in Aachen, and Paris, though still a major center of trade and religion, was relegated to the status of a provincial town, the seat of a count, not an emperor. It was during this period of relative neglect that a new and terrifying threat appeared on the horizon, sailing up the river in their sleek, dragon-prowed longships. They were the Vikings, the Northmen, whose lightning raids had become the scourge of coastal Europe. In 845, they sacked Paris for the first time, and throughout the following decades, they returned again and again, drawn by the riches of the city's abbeys. The defining ordeal came in the Great Siege of 885 to 886. For over a year, hundreds of Viking ships and thousands of warriors laid siege to the Ile de la Cité, whose defenses were bravely commanded by Count Odo of Paris. The Parisians held out with ferocious determination, their courage becoming legendary throughout the fractured kingdom. When the Carolingian king, Charles the Fat, finally arrived with a relief army, he did not fight the Vikings, but instead shamefully bribed them to leave, a decision that shattered his authority. In contrast, Odo was hailed as a hero, a savior, and was soon elected king by the other Frankish nobles. The Carolingian dynasty would linger for another century, but the balance of power had shifted decisively. The defense of Paris had forged a new line of leaders. In 987, the nobles once again bypassed the weak Carolingian heir and elected another descendant of the heroic Count Odo as their king, a man named Hugh Capet. His ascension marked the beginning of the Capetian dynasty, a line of kings who would rule France for over 800 years and who would restore Paris not just to its former glory, but raise it to heights it had never before known. Hugh Capet and his immediate successors were kings in name, but their actual power was limited, often extending no further than their personal lands around Paris and Orléans. The great dukes of Normandy and Aquitaine were, for all practical purposes, their equals. Yet the Capetians possessed two crucial advantages: their alliance with the Church and their control of Paris. From their palace on the Ile de la Cité, they patiently and methodically began the long, slow work of consolidating their power and transforming their kingdom from a loose federation of feudal territories into a centralized state. The true architect of this transformation, and the man who would indelibly stamp his vision onto the city itself, was Philip II, known as Philip Augustus. When he ascended to the throne in 1180, he was a shrewd, patient, and utterly ruthless monarch who dedicated his long reign to breaking the power of his rival nobles and expanding the royal domain. And as his kingdom grew in wealth and power, so too did his capital. Philip found a city of mud and wood, and left it a city of stone and order. He was disgusted by the foul stench of the unpaved streets, the thick mud that bogged down carts and pedestrians alike. In 1186, he commanded that the main thoroughfares of Paris be paved with rough, heavy cobblestones, a monumental undertaking that was a first for a northern European city and a profound step toward civic hygiene and order. He understood that a great kingdom needed a secure capital. The old island fortress was no longer sufficient for the city that had grown up around it, spilling onto both banks of the Seine. Between 1190 and 1220, Philip ordered the construction of a massive new defensive wall. The Wall of Philip Augustus was a true feat of medieval engineering, nearly 5.5 kilometers in circumference, 8 meters high, and 3 meters thick, punctuated by 77 towers. It enclosed the bustling commercial districts of the right bank and the burgeoning scholarly quarter on the left bank, formally defining the boundaries of the medieval city. At its westernmost point, where the wall met the river, he built a formidable fortress, a grim, moated citadel with a massive central keep, designed to protect the city from any downstream attack. It was called the Louvre. For Philip, Paris was to be not only a fortress, but also the permanent, beating heart of his government. He ended the tradition of an itinerant court establishing the royal archives and the kingdom's treasury permanently in the city. Paris was now the undisputed political, financial, military, and legal center of the burgeoning French kingdom. This newfound security and prosperity, guaranteed by a powerful king, created the conditions for an unprecedented flourishing of culture, a blossoming of faith and intellect that would make Paris the envy of the Christian world. At the very center of this spiritual and cultural explosion stood the Île de la Cité, and on it, a project of almost unimaginable ambition was taking shape. The old cathedral, a Merovingian basilica, was deemed no longer worthy of the great capital. In 1163, Bishop Maurice de Sully, in the presence of King Louis VII and Pope Alexander III, laid the first stone for a new cathedral, one dedicated to Our Lady, Notre Dame de Paris. What rose from the ground over the next 2 centuries was not merely a larger church, but a revolution in stone and glass. It was the embodiment of a new architectural style we now call Gothic, a style born in the region around Paris that sought to replace the heavy, earth-bound solidity of Romanesque churches with structures of breathtaking height and ethereal light. The builders of Notre Dame achieved this through a trinity of brilliant structural innovations. The pointed arch, which could bear more weight than a rounded one. The ribbed vault, which channeled the immense weight of the stone roof down into specific points. And, most spectacularly, the flying buttress, the elegant external arches that acted as a stone skeleton, taking the outward pressure from the high walls and allowing them to be opened up for vast, luminous, stained glass windows. The result was a space that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. Walking inside was to be transported from the mundane world into a realm of divine light, a symphony of color and stone that soared towards the heavens. For generations, the construction site was the city's largest employer, a constant hive of activity, with masons, sculptors, carpenters, and glaziers all contributing their skills to this collective act of faith. While the masons of the right bank were raising their monument to God, the scholars of the left bank were building an equally impressive, if less tangible, edifice, a monument to the human mind. Since the time of Charlemagne, the great centers of learning had been the cathedral and monastic schools. In Paris, the school attached to Notre Dame was preeminent. But in the early 12th century, a brilliant, charismatic, and dangerously bold thinker named Peter Abelard arrived and transformed the intellectual landscape. Abelard championed the use of dialectic, a method of rigorous logical inquiry where arguments for and against a proposition were systematically examined to arrive at the truth. He challenged students not merely to memorize scripture, but to question, to debate and to reason their way to understanding. His lectures were electrifying, and thousands of students flocked to Paris from all over Europe to study at his feet, turning the left bank into a vibrant, chaotic hub of intellectual ferment. Abelard's personal life was as dramatic as his philosophy, marked by his tragic and forbidden love affair with his brilliant student, Eloise, a story of passion and persecution that has echoed through the centuries. The intellectual energy Abelard unleashed could not be contained. Masters and students began to form an independent community, a guild for scholars, organized to protect their rights and promote their interests. Around the year 1200, this informal community was officially recognized by King Philip Augustus and later by the Pope, and was given a formal name, the Universitas, a Latin word for a corporation or guild. This was the birth of the University of Paris. The left bank became known as the Latin Quarter, because Latin was the universal language of scholarship spoken by its international community of students and masters. Life for these students was often poor and riotous, a mix of intense intellectual debate and drunken tavern brawls. But the institution they formed became the most prestigious center of higher learning in the world. It was at the University of Paris that the greatest minds of the age, like the German Albertus Magnus and his brilliant Italian student Thomas Aquinas, grappled with the rediscovery of the works of Aristotle, undertaking the monumental task of reconciling ancient Greek philosophy with Christian theology. By the middle of the 13th century, during the reign of Philip's devout grandson, Louis XIX, later St. Louis, Paris had reached its medieval zenith. It was the largest city in the Western world, a tripartite metropolis with three distinct identities. On the island, the seat of royal and episcopal power, dominated by the palace and the newly completed Notre Dame. On the right bank, the center of commerce and finance, with its bustling port and the great market of Les Halles. And on the left bank, the undisputed capital of European intellect and learning. It was a city that was simultaneously the mind, the soul, and the heart of Christendom. The great medieval flourishing of Paris, which had made it the intellectual and spiritual capital of Christendom, was brought to a shuddering halt by a series of calamities that shook the whole of Europe. The 14th century brought famine, the Black Death that wiped out as much as half the city's population, and the devastating beginning of the 100 Years' War with England. For long stretches of this protracted and bloody conflict, Paris was occupied, its people suffering under foreign rule, and the brutal internal strife of warring French factions. Yet this long trial by fire forged a new kind of French identity, one centered more powerfully than ever on the figure of the king. When the war finally ended and the English were expelled from France in the mid-15th century, the stage was set for the monarchy to consolidate its power and for its capital city to be reborn. The impetus for this rebirth would come, as it so often does, from the shock of the new, discovered during a campaign of war. In the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the French kings Charles VIII and Louis XII led armies down into Italy, seeking to press their dynastic claims on Naples and Milan. The wars themselves were largely failures, but they had a profound and unintended cultural consequence. The French nobility, raised in the grim stone castles and dark tapestried halls of the late Gothic North, were suddenly exposed to the dazzling light of the Italian Renaissance. They marveled at the classical symmetry of the architecture, the vibrant humanism of the art, the sophisticated luxury of the ducal courts. They returned to France not with Italian territory, but with Italian ideas, Italian artists, and a burning desire to remake their own world in this brilliant new image. The monarch who would become the living embodiment of this new French Renaissance was a man of colossal appetites, boundless energy, and magnificent taste. Francis I. Ascending to the throne in 1515, Francis was a true Renaissance prince, a charismatic sportsman, a dedicated scholar, and an insatiable patron of the arts. He saw his role not merely as a ruler, but as the cultural leader of his nation, a direct rival to the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V and England's Henry VIII in magnificence and prestige. And for Francis, the primary stage for this royal grandeur was Paris. He formally ended any lingering tradition of an itinerant court and declared Paris his principal residence. But the city's royal palace, the old Louvre of Philip Augustus, was a relic of a bygone era, a gloomy medieval fortress ill-suited to the sophisticated court life he envisioned. Francis resolved to transform it. In an act of immense symbolic power, he ordered the destruction of the Louvre's massive central keep, the Grosse Tour, the very symbol of grim feudal power. In its place, he commissioned the architect Pierre Lescot and the sculptor Jean Goujon to begin constructing a new wing in the purely Italian style. The dark, cramped fortress began to give way to a palace of light and elegance. Thick, defensive walls were replaced with graceful facades, adorned with classical columns, sculpted friezes, and, most importantly, large glass windows that flooded the interiors with sunlight. This was an architecture designed not for defense, but for pleasure, for courtly ceremony, and for the display of art. To fill this new palace, and his other chateau, Francis invited the greatest artists of the Italian Renaissance to France. His most spectacular acquisition was the Grand Master himself, Leonardo da Vinci. Francis provided the aging genius with a handsome manor house near the royal chateau at Amboise and a generous pension, asking for nothing in return but the pleasure of his conversation. Leonardo spent his final years in France, and with him he brought a few of his favorite paintings, including a curious portrait of a Florentine merchant's wife, a painting we now know as the Mona Lisa, which is why it hangs in the Louvre to this day. Francis's passion for the new learning also reshaped the city's intellectual landscape. He found the University of Paris, the Sorbonne, to be a bastion of conservative theology, resistant to the new humanist scholarship that focused on classical Greek and Latin texts. So, he created a radical new institution, the Collège Royal, what is now today the Collège de France, appointing royal professors to teach subjects like Greek and Hebrew that were ignored by the university, ensuring that the spirit of open inquiry would have a home in his capital. Yet even as Paris was being physically and intellectually reborn in the light of the Renaissance, a shadow was falling across Europe, a schism that would plunge the city and the kingdom into decades of unimaginable violence. In Germany, the theological protests of Martin Luther had shattered the unity of the Catholic Church. The ideas of the Protestant Reformation spread with astonishing speed, carried by the new technology of the printing press. In France, the teachings of the French-born reformer John Calvin found a particularly receptive audience, and a significant and influential Protestant minority, known as the Huguenots, emerged. This was a direct challenge not only to the spiritual authority of the Church, but to the very foundation of the French monarchy. The King of France was the most Christian king, his authority divinely ordained and inextricably linked to the Catholic faith. To the crown, religious dissent was indistinguishable from political rebellion. The initial response was brutal persecution. Huguenots were arrested, their books burned, and in 1547, a special court was established, the Chambre Ardente, or fiery chamber, which sent hundreds of Protestants to be burned at the stake at the Place de Grève near the city hall. But the new faith could not be extinguished by fire. It flourished, particularly among the skilled artisan classes, and most dangerously for the crown, among a large portion of the high nobility, who saw in the Reformation a chance to assert their independence against the growing power of the centralized monarchy. The situation exploded following the accidental death of the powerful King Henry II in a jousting tournament in 1559. He left behind a succession of young, weak sons and a kingdom dangerously divided. The true power behind the throne was his widow, the shrewd and calculating Italian noblewoman, Catherine de' Medici. For 30 years, Catherine desperately tried to navigate a treacherous path to preserve the authority of the crown and the integrity of the kingdom for her sons amidst the swirling ambitions of powerful Catholic and Protestant factions, led by the ultra-Catholic House of Guise and the Protestant House of Bourbon. She attempted policies of limited tolerance, but the hatreds ran too deep. A series of savage civil wars erupted, turning province against province, town against town. Paris, however, remained a fiercely, almost fanatically, Catholic city, a hotbed of anti-Protestant sentiment stoked by radical preachers. It was in this powder keg of a city that Catherine des Medici made her most fateful gamble. In August of 1572, she arranged for a marriage between her daughter, Margaret of Valois, and the leading Huguenot prince, Henry of Navarre. The wedding was intended as a grand gesture of reconciliation, a symbol of a new era of peace. The entire Huguenot nobility was invited to Paris for the celebrations, a city where they were deeply distrusted and despised. For a few days, a fragile peace held. The court celebrated, and it seemed the bloody wars might finally be over. But the atmosphere was thick with paranoia. A few days after the wedding, an assassin made a failed attempt on the life of the principal Huguenot leader, Admiral Gaspard de Coligny. The Huguenots were enraged, demanding justice and openly murmuring of revenge. Panic gripped the royal council. Catherine and her son, the unstable King Charles IX, became convinced that a Huguenot uprising was imminent. They made a horrific decision: to launch a preemptive strike, to assassinate all the Huguenot leaders in one swift, brutal blow. In the pre-dawn hours of August 24th, St. Bartholomew's Day, the bells of the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, across from the Louvre, rang out, the prearranged signal. The king's guards, led by the Duke of Guise, stormed the house where Admiral de Coligny was recovering. They murdered him in his bed and threw his body from the window to the street below. This was the spark that lit the inferno. The carefully planned assassinations quickly devolved into a city-wide orgy of mob violence. The Catholic militia and ordinary citizens of Paris, whipped into a frenzy by years of hateful sermons, began a wholesale slaughter of every Huguenot they could find. Neighbor turned on neighbor, debtor on creditor. Men, women, and children were dragged from their beds and butchered in the streets. The Seine ran red with blood, its waters choked with corpses. The massacre raged for 3 days in Paris, and in the weeks that followed, spread to other cities across France. Thousands were killed in the single most horrific episode of religious violence in the 16th century. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre did not end the conflict. It made it irreconcilable. The Huguenots now fought not for tolerance, but for survival. the wars raged on, becoming even more complex, culminating in the War of the Three Henrys, the reigning king, Henry III, the Catholic champion, Henry of Guise, and the Protestant heir, Henry of Navarre. The king, fearing the power of the Catholic League, had Henry of Guise assassinated, only to be assassinated himself by a fanatical monk. This final act of violence left Henry of Navarre as the legitimate, legal heir to the French throne. But he was a Protestant, and the Catholic League and the city of Paris would never accept a heretic as their king. They barred the city gates, and Henry was forced to lay siege to his own capital. The siege was long and brutal, the city's population reduced to starvation. Henry, a brilliant general, could likely have taken the city by force, but he knew that a kingdom won by conquest could not be held. He was a pragmatist who cared more for the unity of France than for theological minutiae. In 1593, he made a momentous decision. He formally abjured his Protestant faith and was received into the Catholic Church, reputedly remarking, "Paris is worth a mass." The final barrier had fallen. In March 1594, Henry IV entered Paris, not as a conqueror, but as the legitimate Catholic king of France. The city, exhausted by decades of war, welcomed him with relief. Henry was a healer. He set about rebuilding his shattered capital, completing the work on the Louvre, and giving Paris two of its most iconic structures. The Pont Neuf, the first of the city's bridges to be built without houses on it, and with raised pavements for pedestrians, and the magnificent Place Royale, now the Place des Vosges, a beautiful, symmetrical square of brick and stone townhouses that created a new model for urban living. After nearly 40 years of darkness, bloodshed, and fanaticism, the Renaissance had finally returned to Paris, paving the way for the age of absolute monarchy and a new century of unparalleled grandeur. The legacy of Henry IV, the great healer of France, was one of renewal and the reassertion of royal authority. His work was continued by his son, Louis XIII, and even more so by his brilliant, ruthless chief minister, Cardinal Richelieu. Together, they relentlessly pursued the goal of absolute monarchy, crushing the power of the regional nobles and making the king's will the undisputed law of the land. Paris, under their stewardship, continued to grow in elegance and order. Richelieu commissioned the Grand Palais Cardinal, later the Palais Royal, and the Sorbonne was rebuilt in a magnificent classical style. The city was adorned with new squares, bridges, and aristocratic townhouses, becoming a more fitting capital for a kingdom of growing power and prestige. Yet, for all its new grandeur, the city remained a place of simmering resentments. The Parisian populace was volatile, and the high nobility, though weakened, still harbored dreams of checking the king's power. This simmering tension exploded into open flame during the minority of Louis XIV. While he was still a child, a series of chaotic and humiliating civil wars, known as the Fronde, erupted, as the nobles and the Parliament of Paris rose up against the crown. The young king and his mother were forced to flee their own capital in the dead of night, an experience of profound fear and disgrace that Louis would never forget. The Fronde was eventually crushed, but it instilled in the young monarch a deep-seated, lifelong suspicion of Paris and an iron-willed determination that no one, not the people nor the aristocracy, would ever threaten his authority again. He would create a system of government and a symbol for that system, so powerful and so absolute that it would dazzle the world and reduce the most powerful men in his kingdom to the status of supplicants. When Louis XIV came of age and took the reins of power for himself, he adopted the sun as his personal emblem. It was a perfect choice. He was the center of his universe, the source of all light, warmth, and life in the kingdom of France. All others were to be planets, reflecting his glory and revolving in a fixed and predictable orbit around him. And this Sun King needed a new firmament, a stage worthy of his divine status, and crucially, one that was far removed from the turbulent, unpredictable streets of Paris. He found it 12 miles southwest of the city, at a modest hunting lodge first built by his father. This was Versailles. He resolved to transform this humble retreat into the most magnificent palace the world had ever seen, a project of staggering scale and ambition that would become the work of his lifetime. He poured the immense resources of the French state into its creation, employing the nation's greatest artistic talents: the architect Louis Levaux, the landscape designer André Lenotre, and the painter and interior designer Charles Lebrun. Together, they created a masterpiece of Baroque classicism, a palace designed to awe and overwhelm. Its endless, west-facing facade was a glittering line of stone and glass, positioned so that the setting sun, the king's own symbol, would illuminate the hall of mirrors in a breathtaking blaze of golden light. Inside, a universe of marble, bronze, and gold unfolded, with ceilings painted with allegories celebrating the king's military victories and his divine virtues. The palace was surrounded by gardens that were a triumph of human will over nature, Lenotre imposing a perfect geometric order on the landscape with grand canals, intricate parterres, and hundreds of fountains whose statues told the stories of Greek gods, all of whom, of course, were allegories for the king himself. But Versailles was far more than just a palace. It was the ultimate instrument of political control, Louis required the entire high nobility of France, the proud descendants of the feudal lords who had once waged war against his ancestors, to abandon their own regional power bases and come to live with him at court. Here, he ensnared them in what became known as the Gilded Cage. Their lives were no longer governed by the seasons of war or the administration of their estates, but by an incredibly complex and rigid system of etiquette, a daily theater of monarchy in which the king was the sole director and protagonist. Proximity to the royal person was the only currency that mattered. Tremendous prestige and wealth could be gained or lost based on whether one was chosen to hold a candle during the king's elaborate public retiring ceremony, the coucher, or to hand him his shirt during the morning ritual of the lever. The greatest dukes in the land vied not for control of armies, but for the honor of being granted a stool in the queen's presence. They spent fortunes they did not have on lavish clothing and gambling, plunging themselves into debt and making them ever more dependent on the king's favor and his pensions. In this glittering, suffocating atmosphere of constant competition and surveillance, the old rebellious spirit of the French aristocracy was finally and completely broken. They were transformed from powerful, independent magnates into domesticated courtiers, their ambitions reduced to matters of precedence and courtly gossip. While the Sun King shone at Versailles, Paris was left in the relative shadow. The city, of course, continued to thrive as France's commercial and demographic heart, and it remained the intellectual center of Europe, a place where the new, critical ideas of the Enlightenment were beginning to take root in its salons and cafes. The crown did not neglect it entirely. Magnificent new squares like the Place Vendôme and the Place des Victoires were built, and the grand hospital and chapel of Les Invalides was constructed for wounded soldiers, all monuments to the king's glory. But the heart of France, the seat of power, was no longer on the Ile de la Cité. It was in the king's bedchamber at Versailles. This separation between the monarch and his capital would have profound consequences, creating a distance that would eventually allow revolutionary ideas to flourish in the city streets, unchecked by the immediate presence of royal authority. The system of absolute monarchy perfected by Louis XIV endured for another century, but the chasm between the isolated court and the teeming city grew ever wider, until it was finally torn apart by the French Revolution. The Paris that had been neglected by its kings became the engine of their destruction. The chaotic, medieval layout of its streets, a dense and tangled warren of narrow alleys, proved to be the perfect breeding ground for insurrection. It was here that the Bastille was stormed, here that the guillotine was erected, and here that revolutionary mobs could erect barricades faster than the forces of order could tear them down. A century and a half after Louis XIV had fled the Fronde, the city finally had its revenge. Following the Revolution and the tumultuous reign of Napoleon Bonaparte, Paris entered the 19th century as a city dangerously caught between two eras. It was a modernizing industrial hub, with its population swelling with migrants from the countryside, but it was still trapped within the physical confines of a medieval city. It was overcrowded, desperately unsanitary, and a constant hotbed of political unrest. A cholera epidemic in 1832 killed 20,000 people, exposing the lethal consequences of its foul, cramped conditions. Revolutions in 1830 and 1848 once again demonstrated how easily the city's labyrinthine streets could be turned into a revolutionary fortress. When Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew, Louis Napoleon, seized power in 1851 and proclaimed himself Emperor Napoleon III, he was determined to succeed where all others had failed. He would remake Paris once and for all into a modern imperial capital, a city of grandeur, efficiency, and above all, a city that could be controlled. To carry out this monumental, almost brutal task, he appointed a man of colossal energy and authoritarian resolve, Baron Georges Eugène Haussmann. For 17 years, Haussmann acted as the emperor's right hand, becoming, in effect, the master of Paris. He took a map of the old city and, with a ruler and a red pen, drew the future. His method was surgery without anesthetic, a process he called les percées, the piercings. He drove vast, straight, tree-lined boulevards through the very heart of the dense medieval neighborhoods, razing everything in their path. Entire districts that had stood for centuries were reduced to rubble. This radical transformation was driven by three motives. First and foremost was security. The new boulevards were too wide to be easily barricaded, and their long, straight axes were perfect for cavalry charges and for deploying artillery, allowing the army to move swiftly from the new barracks to any trouble spot to crush an uprising. Second was sanitation. By demolishing the dark, airless slums, he brought light and air into the center of the city. And beneath the new streets, he built a marvel of modern engineering, a new, comprehensive sewer and fresh water system that dramatically improved public health. Third was commerce. The boulevards created efficient new arteries for traffic, connecting the city's new railway stations to its center and stimulating a massive commercial boom. Along these new avenues, a new city arose. Haussmann mandated a uniform architectural style for the new apartment buildings. Facades of cream-colored stone of a consistent height, with wrought iron balconies and mansard roofs, creating the harmonious and elegant Parisian cityscape that is so iconic today. He also gifted the city with new green spaces, from the vast urban parks of the Bois de Boulogne and the Bois de Vincennes to intimate neighborhood squares, providing lungs for the dense metropolis. The entire project was crowned by the construction of lavish new public buildings, chief among them the opulent new opera house, the Palais Garnier, a temple of Second Empire luxury. The social cost of this transformation was immense. Hundreds of thousands of working-class Parisians were displaced, their homes demolished, forcing them out of the city center into new, impoverished suburbs. The project was ruinously expensive, funded by staggering levels of debt. But its impact was undeniable. Haussmann had destroyed medieval Paris, but he had created modern Paris. He imposed a new bourgeois order on the city, a city of grand vistas, of fashionable cafes, of commerce, and of control. It was the ultimate, forceful reimposition of state power onto the city that had once been abandoned by its kings. A final, decisive answer to the challenge that Paris had always posed to its rulers. The sun of the Sun King had long since set, and the incandescent glory of Versailles, once a symbol of France's absolute power, had become the emblem of its profound dysfunction. By the late 18th century, the gilded cage that Louis XIV had so brilliantly constructed to tame his nobility had become a gilded prison, isolating his descendants from the nation they were meant to rule. His great-great-great-grandson, Louis XVI, was a kind, pious, and well-meaning man who would have been an excellent locksmith, but who was tragically ill-equipped to be a king on the precipice of a cataclysm. His queen, the Austrian Princess Marie Antoinette, was vivacious and fashionable, but her extravagance and perceived foreignness made her the target of vicious pamphlets that portrayed her as a frivolous monster, indifferent to the suffering of her people. While the court continued its elaborate, insular rituals at Versailles, the city of Paris, a mere 12 miles away, but a world apart, was boiling over. It was a city of radical contrasts, a place where the exquisite townhouses of the aristocracy stood just streets away from overflowing slums where families starved in squalor. But more dangerous than the poverty was the proliferation of ideas. For decades, Paris had been the crucible of the Enlightenment. In the city's fashionable salons and smoky cafes, the brilliant, acerbic wit of Voltaire, the passionate arguments for popular sovereignty by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and the rationalist principles of the encyclopedists had systematically dismantled the intellectual foundations of the old order. These ideas, once the preserve of the elite, had now filtered down into the streets, carried in a flood of cheap pamphlets and political tracts, creating a populace that was not only hungry and desperate, but also politically awakened and armed with a new language of rights, liberty, and citizenship. The kingdom was bankrupt, its treasury drained by extravagant spending, and ironically, by its costly support for the American Revolution, a war fought for the very republican principles that now threatened to consume France itself. When crippling harvests led to a desperate shortage of bread, the price of a single loaf, the staple food of the common person, skyrocketed. Hunger turned to rage, and the city became a tinderbox awaiting a single spark. That spark came in the spring of 1789. Facing financial collapse, Louis XVI was forced to summon the Estates General, a medieval advisory assembly that had not met for 175 years. Representatives of the three estates, the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners, known as the Third Estate, converged on Versailles. But the Third Estate, representing 97% of the population, refused to be bound by the old rules that gave the other two estates a veto. In a revolutionary act of self-empowerment, they declared themselves a national assembly, the true representatives of the French people. When the king locked them out of their meeting hall, they gathered at a nearby indoor tennis court and swore a solemn oath not to disband until they had given France a constitution. The revolution had begun, but for the people of Paris, it was still a distant political drama unfolding at Versailles. This changed in early July when the king, under pressure from conservative courtiers, dismissed his popular, reform-minded finance minister, Jacques Necker, and ordered royal troops, mostly foreign mercenaries, to take up positions around Paris. A wave of paranoia and fury swept the city. Orators, like the young journalist Camille Desmoulins, leaped onto cafe tables, urging the people to take up arms against a looming royalist plot to massacre the city's patriots. The people of Paris needed weapons, and they needed gunpowder. They found the former at the military hospital of Les Invalides, but the great store of the latter was known to be held in a grim, formidable fortress at the eastern edge of the city, the Bastille. The Bastille was more than a prison. It was a towering physical embodiment of arbitrary royal power. Within its 8 stone towers, the king could imprison anyone for any reason, without trial, for as long as he pleased. On the morning of July 14th, a vast, angry crowd of artisans, shopkeepers, and laborers marched on the fortress, demanding that its governor, the Marquis de Launay, surrender its gunpowder and cannons. Negotiations dragged on. The crowd grew more impatient, and then, somehow, shooting started. The confrontation escalated into a full-blown siege. For hours, the Parisian mob, joined by mutinous soldiers from the French Guard, laid siege to the medieval citadel. They were cut down by cannon fire from the battlements, but their fury was unstoppable. Finally, Delaunay, seeing his position was hopeless, surrendered. The crowd stormed the fortress, freed its handful of prisoners, and dragged the governor into the street, where he was stabbed and shot, his head severed and paraded through the streets on a pike. The fall of the Bastille was a seismic event. A mob of ordinary citizens had, through sheer force of will, destroyed the ultimate symbol of royal despotism. When the Duc de la Rochefoucauld brought the news to the king at Versailles, Louis asked, "Is it a revolt?" "No, sire," the Duke famously replied. "It is a revolution." The king, stunned into submission, was forced to travel to Paris and publicly accept the red, white, and blue cockade of the revolution. But the chasm of mistrust between the court and the city was too vast to be bridged by a single gesture. In October, driven by continued bread shortages and rumors that the royal guards at Versailles had desecrated the revolutionary tricolor, the women of Paris took matters into their own hands. In one of the most extraordinary episodes of the revolution, a procession of thousands of market women, the formidable Poissardes, armed with kitchen knives and pikes, marched the 12 miles to Versailles in the pouring rain. They stormed the palace, demanding bread and justice, their fury directed squarely at the Queen. They overwhelmed the guards and nearly broke into Marie Antoinette's chambers, forcing the terrified royal family to appear on a balcony before the massive crowd. The crowd was not appeased. They demanded that the king and his family abandon Versailles and return with them to Paris. The monarchy had no choice but to submit. A vast, bizarre procession escorted the royal family back to the capital. The women marching with loaves of bread impaled on their pikes, the heads of slain royal guards held aloft, and in the middle, the royal carriage, carrying a king who was now, effectively, a prisoner of his own people. Louis XIV's historic separation of power from Paris had been violently reversed. The king was installed in the Tuileries Palace, and the National Assembly followed, now subject to the intense, intimidating pressure of the Parisian street. For 2 years, a fragile constitutional monarchy was attempted, but in June 1791, the king and his family tried to flee France in disguise. They were recognized, captured at Varennes, and brought back to Paris in utter disgrace. Any remaining faith in the monarchy evaporated. The event radicalized the revolution, empowering its most militant factions, chief among them the Jacobins, a political club of uncompromising idealists and ruthless pragmatists led by figures like the powerful orator Georges Danton and the austere, incorruptible Maximilien Robespierre. In 1792, the monarchy was formally abolished, and France was declared a republic. The former king was now simply citizen Louis Capet. Put on trial for treason, he was found guilty, and on January 21st, 1793, he was executed at the Place de la Révolution in the shadow of his own grandfather's statue. He died with quiet dignity, but his death sent a shockwave across Europe. The execution of the king and the subsequent declaration of war on all the monarchies of Europe plunged the revolution into its darkest and most violent phase. Faced with foreign invasion and internal counter-revolution, the radical government, dominated by Robespierre and his Committee of Public Safety, unleashed the Reign of Terror. The virtuous republic, they argued, could only be established by purging its enemies through terror. A new instrument of death, the guillotine, became the symbol of this period. Promoted as a humane and egalitarian method of execution, the national razor became the engine of a state-sanctioned slaughter. At the heart of Paris, the public executions became a daily, ritualized spectacle. The law of suspects was passed, a decree so broad that anyone could be denounced for almost anything, for hoarding grain, for speaking critically of the government, for a lack of revolutionary enthusiasm. The city was gripped by a collective paranoia. The revolutionary tribunals sent thousands to their deaths, from the Queen Marie Antoinette and the aristocratic elite to moderate revolutionaries who were deemed to have betrayed the cause. The revolution began to devour its own. Georges Danton, the charismatic firebrand who had once rallied the nation, was sent to the guillotine, his death orchestrated by his former ally, Robespierre. As he was led to the scaffold, he declared, "Show my head to the people. It is worth seeing." The terror was not just political. It was cultural. A radical de-Christianization campaign sought to erase the country's religious past. Churches were vandalized and transformed into temples of reason. Religious icons were destroyed, and a new rationalist calendar was introduced, starting from year one of the Republic. But Robespierre, the incorruptible, a man who had become the fanatical high priest of this bloody cult of virtue, eventually went too far. In the summer of 1794, paranoid and isolated, he gave a speech threatening a new purge, but refused to name the accused. The members of the National Convention, terrified that they would be next, finally found the courage to turn on him. He was arrested, and the next day, it was Robespierre himself who was taken to the guillotine, his jaw shattered from a failed suicide attempt. With his death, the fever of the terror finally broke. Paris, and all of France, was exhausted, bled dry by years of revolutionary fervor and relentless bloodshed. The radical phase was over, leaving a legacy of profound social transformation, but also of deep trauma. The city had overthrown a king, birthed a republic, and survived a bloodbath, but it was left weak and unstable, yearning for order. This vacuum of power would not last long. The stage was now set for the rise of a young, ambitious Corsican general who had been watching from the wings, a man who would harness the revolutionary energies of the nation and impose his own singular will upon the city, the country, and the continent. Napoleon Bonaparte. The Second Empire of Napoleon III, which had for 2 decades projected an image of unassailable power and glittering modernity, collapsed with breathtaking speed. The emperor, a man who had remade Paris in his own image, was humiliated and captured by the Prussian army at the Battle of Sedan in 1870. The defeat was absolute. Paris found itself once again under siege, surrounded by an iron ring of German armies, its new boulevards empty, its people facing the slow, grinding specter of starvation, reduced to eating cats, dogs, and the animals from the zoo. The surrender of the national government was a final, bitter humiliation. But the people of Paris, radicalized and armed, refused to accept the peace dictated by their conquerors and a new, conservative national government. In the spring of 1871, the city exploded. A revolutionary government, the Paris Commune, was proclaimed. It was a radical, socialist experiment in self-rule and defiant cry for a new kind of social republic. For 2 months, Paris was a city at war with its own nation. The experiment ended in a bloodbath. The French army, now freed from the war with Prussia, was sent to retake the capital. The final, terrible chapter was the Semaine sanglante, the bloody week. The government troops advanced through the city, and the communards, desperate and outnumbered, fought back street by street, barricade by barricade. They executed hostages, including the Archbishop of Paris, and in acts of nihilistic despair, set fire to the city's most potent symbols of monarchy and empire. The Tuileries Palace, the historic home of kings, was burned to a hollowed-out shell. The Hôtel de Ville, the city hall, was reduced to a smoking ruin. The army's retribution was merciless. Tens of thousands of Parisians were executed in summary fashion, shot against the walls of their own neighborhoods. The streets of Haussmann's new, orderly city ran with blood. Yet from these smoldering ruins and the deep trauma of the Commune, Paris not only recovered, but launched itself into an era of such creativity, optimism, and sheer exuberance that it would forever be remembered, with a powerful sense of nostalgia, as the Belle Époque, the beautiful era. Under the new, stable leadership of the Third Republic, France was determined to prove to the world and to itself that it was not a defeated nation. It would reassert its cultural and technological supremacy, and Paris would be its grand stage. The city healed with a speed that defied belief, driven by a collective will to forget the recent horrors and embrace a future of peace and progress. The primary vehicles for this national rebranding were a series of spectacular, universal expositions, grand fairs where nations could showcase their industrial might and cultural achievements. These expositions became the catalysts for some of Paris's most defining moments. The climax of this ambition arrived with the Exposition of 1889, timed to mark the 100th anniversary of the storming of the Bastille. The centerpiece was to be a monument so audacious, so unprecedented, that it would become the ultimate symbol of the new industrial age. It was a proposal by the engineer Gustave Eiffel for a tower of open lattice wrought iron that would soar 1,000 feet into the sky, making it, by far, the tallest man-made structure in the world. The project was met with a storm of protest from the city's cultural elite. A committee of the most famous artists and writers in France, including Alexandre Dumas the Younger and Guy de Maupassant, published a furious letter decrying the useless and monstrous Eiffel Tower, a truly tragic street lamp that would dominate the city like a gigantic black smokestack. But the public was mesmerized. For 2 years, they watched as the immense structure rose piece by piece, an astonishing feat of precision engineering. When it was completed, its elegant, tapering form silenced most of its critics. It was a triumph, a declaration in iron that France was at the cutting edge of modernity. Visitors could ascend to its viewing platforms and see Paris laid out beneath them, a living map of the new city. It was a profoundly modern experience, a new way of seeing the world, and the tower instantly became the defining, inescapable icon of Paris itself. While Eiffel was conquering the sky with iron, a revolution of a different sort was taking place on the canvases of the city's most audacious painters. For centuries, the art world had been dominated by the official Academy of Fine Arts and its annual exhibition, the Salon. The Salon championed a rigid, traditional style, historical, mythological, and religious scenes, all executed with a polished, invisible brushwork. But a new generation of artists had grown tired of painting gods and heroes. They were interested in the world around them, in the fleeting, vibrant, and utterly modern life of the Paris that Haussmann had created. They wanted to capture the play of light on the water of the Seine, the hustle and bustle of the grand boulevards, the casual intimacy of a cafe or a dance hall. They were the Impressionists, led by figures like Claude Monet, Camille Pissarro, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas. They left their studios and began painting outdoors, en plein air, working quickly to capture the momentary impression of a scene before the light changed. Their brushwork was visible, their colors were bright, and their subject matter was considered shockingly mundane. They were mercilessly mocked by the critics. The very name impressionist was coined as an insult, taken from the title of a hazy, light-drenched painting by Monet called Impression Sunrise. But they persevered, holding their own independent exhibitions and slowly winning over a public that began to see the world and their own city through their fresh, brilliant eyes. They painted the new train stations, like Monet's Gare Saint-Lazare, enveloped in clouds of steam. They painted the leisurely weekends of the bourgeoisie in the city's new parks and along the riverbanks. They were the first true painters of the modern urban experience. As the Impressionists were capturing the light of the boulevards, another, grittier and more bohemian world was taking shape on the slopes of a hill at the city's northern edge, Montmartre. At the time, Montmartre was a semi-rural village that had only recently been annexed by the city. With its old windmills, its vineyard, and its cheap, plentiful studio spaces, it became a magnet for the city's avant-garde, a place for artists, writers, and performers who defined themselves in opposition to the bourgeois conventions of the city below. The heart of this world was its cabarets and dance halls. The most famous was the Moulin Rouge, the Red Mill, which opened at the foot of the hill in 1889, the same year as the Eiffel Tower. It offered a thrilling, slightly scandalous mix of entertainment, its main attraction being the wild, high-kicking dance known as the can-can. The definitive chronicler of this nocturnal world was the aristocratic, dwarfish, and prodigiously talented artist Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He lived in Montmartre, and with his bold, graphic posters and his intimate, psychologically astute paintings, he captured the frenetic energy of the dance halls and the weary, melancholy reality of the dancers and prostitutes behind the scenes. Other cabarets, like the legendary Chat Noir, became centers of artistic innovation, places where poets would recite, satirical shadow puppet plays were performed, and a new kind of subversive anti-establishment culture was born. The Belle Époque reached its shimmering zenith with the Universal Exposition of 1900. This fair was a spectacular festival of optimism, a celebration of the turn of the century. Electricity, the new magic, was the star of the show. At night, the fairgrounds were illuminated by millions of electric bulbs, turning the Palace of Electricity into a blazing beacon of light and cementing Paris's nickname as the City of Light. To connect the esplanade of Les Invalides to the Champs-Élysées, a magnificent new bridge was built, the Pont Alexandre III, a riot of Beaux-Arts extravagance, adorned with cherubs, winged horses, and ornate lamps. At either end of the bridge, 2 new exhibition halls were constructed, the Grand Palais and the Petit Palais, their glass and steel roofs marvels of the new architecture. And deep beneath the city streets, a new mode of transport was inaugurated, the Paris Métropolitain, or Métro. Its distinctive entrances, designed by the architect Hector Guimard, were a triumph of the new Art Nouveau style, their sinuous, plant-like iron forms a striking contrast to the classical order of Haussmann's city. For the first time, Parisians could travel quickly and cheaply across their city, a development that would profoundly reshape urban life. It was at this same exposition that the public was introduced to another invention that would change the world: the cinematograph, presented by the Lumière brothers, who showed moving pictures of everyday life that left audiences gasping in astonishment. The Belle Époque was a golden afternoon, a period of unprecedented artistic ferment and technological wonder. It was the Paris of the can-can and the métro, of Debussy's music and Marie Curie's Nobel Prize-winning research. But beneath the glittering surface of progress and pleasure, deep divisions, like the anti-Semitic Dreyfus affair, exposed the profound tensions within French society. The joyful, carefree optimism was a fragile illusion. This beautiful era, this dance of innovation and light, was unknowingly gliding towards the abyss, a final, radiant celebration before the lamps went out all across Europe in the catastrophic darkness of the First World War. The shimmering dream of the Belle Époque, a world that believed in the infinite promise of progress and the eternal reign of reason and beauty, was shattered by a single pistol shot in a distant Balkan city. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo in the summer of 1914 was the spark that ignited a global conflagration, a war of such unprecedented scale and brutality that it would carve a deep, unhealable scar across the soul of the 20th century. In Paris, the initial reaction was a wave of patriotic fervor. Crowds surged onto the boulevards, singing the Marseillaise, confident that their brave soldiers, in their dashing red trousers, would be home by Christmas. The city's young men marched off to the front, their hearts filled with notions of glory. They marched into the maw of a new kind of war, a war of machine guns, barbed wire, and poison gas, a war of industrial-scale slaughter in the mud-drenched trenches of the Western Front. Within weeks, the terrible reality of this new warfare was brought to the very gates of Paris. The seemingly unstoppable German army swept through Belgium and northern France, pushing the French and their British allies into a desperate retreat. By early September, The enemy was so close that the sounds of artillery could be heard in the city's suburbs. The government fled to Bordeaux, and a sense of dread gripped the capital. It was in this moment of supreme crisis that Paris and France was saved by a desperate, improvised miracle. The French commander, General Joffre, spotted a fatal gap in the advancing German lines and ordered a full-scale counterattack along the Marne River. But he needed to get every available soldier to the front immediately. In a stroke of genius, the city's military governor requisitioned the entire fleet of Parisian taxis. In a single night, some 600 of the city's iconic Renault cabs, their meters ticking, shuttled thousands of fresh troops to the front lines. The taxis of the Marne became a legend, a symbol of the entire nation's defiant will to survive. The German advance was halted, and the battle lines stabilized into the bloody stalemate of trench warfare that would last for 4 agonizing years. Paris was saved, but it was transformed into the nerve center of a nation engaged in total war. Its women went to work in the munitions factories, becoming an essential part of the war machine. The city lived under constant threat, first from German Zeppelins, and later from the terrifying Paris gun, a monstrous piece of long-range artillery that could shell the capital from 75 miles away. The city that had been the capital of pleasure became a capital of mourning, its streets filled with wounded soldiers and black-clad widows. When the armistice was finally signed in November 1918, a tidal wave of joy and relief swept through the city. But the victory celebration was bittersweet. France was victorious, but it was also bled white, having lost an entire generation of its young men. The horror of the trenches gave way to a decade of frantic, almost manic celebration. The 1920s in Paris were les années folles, the crazy years, a period of explosive creativity and uninhibited hedonism, a collective attempt to dance away the trauma of the war. Paris was once again the undisputed capital of the world, a magnetic beacon for artists, writers, and revolutionaries who found in its atmosphere of intellectual freedom and moral tolerance a refuge from their own more conservative societies. A generation of American writers, disillusioned by the war and stifled by prohibition at home, flocked to the city, forming a community that the writer and art collector Gertrude Stein would famously christen the Lost Generation. Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and Ezra Pound haunted the cafes of Montparnasse, creating a new, lean, modern style of literature. The art world, too, was in a state of revolutionary ferment. The Surrealists, led by the poet André Breton and the painter André Masson, and joined by eccentrics like the Catalan genius Salvador Dalí, sought to unlock the power of the subconscious mind, creating works of dreamlike, often disturbing beauty. But the true soundtrack of the era was the thrilling, syncopated rhythm of jazz brought to the city by African American soldiers and musicians. The music took Paris by storm, and its undisputed queen was the electrifying Josephine Baker, an American-born dancer who became a superstar overnight with her Danse Sauvage, a performance of such uninhibited energy and playful eroticism that it perfectly captured the spirit of the age. For a decade, Paris was a dizzying, dazzling carnival of art, music, and social experimentation. But the party was built on a fragile foundation. The Great Depression, which began in 1929, brought the decade of excess to a sobering halt. And across the Rhine, the rise of a new, terrifyingly aggressive ideology in Germany cast a long, dark shadow over the continent. The Second World War began not with patriotic fervor, but with a sense of grim resignation. After the declaration of war in September 1939, France settled into the phony war, a tense 8-month standoff. Then, in May 1940, the German blitzkrieg was unleashed. The Nazi war machine, using terrifying new tactics of speed and encirclement, smashed through the French and British defenses. The result was a military catastrophe of stunning proportions. The government abandoned Paris, and the city's roads were choked with a river of desperate refugees. To prevent the city's utter destruction, Paris was declared an open city. On June 14, 1940, the German army entered the capital without a fight. The Parisians watched in stunned, silent disbelief as the Wehrmacht marched down the Champs-Élysées and the swastika was hoisted above the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower. The occupation had begun. For 4 years, Paris lived a strange and schizophrenic existence. On the surface, life for the German occupiers was pleasant. They enjoyed the city's theaters, restaurants, and luxury shops. But for the Parisians, it was a time of daily hardship and constant humiliation. There were strict curfews, severe rationing that led to a thriving black market, and omnipresent German propaganda. It was also a time of agonizing moral choices. Some chose collaboration, actively working with the German authorities and the new puppet government based in the town of Vichy. Most simply tried to survive. But a brave few chose resistance. It started with small acts of defiance, scribbling anti-German graffiti, secretly listening to Charles de Gaulle's Free French broadcasts from London, or distributing clandestine newspapers. Gradually, these scattered acts grew into organized networks that engaged in intelligence gathering, sabotage, and helping Allied airmen escape. For the city's Jewish population, the occupation was a descent into hell. Forced to wear the yellow star, they were systematically stripped of their rights, their property, and finally, their lives. In July 1942, in one of the darkest episodes in the city's history, French police, acting on the orders of the Nazis, carried out the Veil d'Ave roundup, arresting over 13,000 Jewish men, women, and children, and herding them into a sports stadium before deporting them to the death camps, primarily Auschwitz. It was a crime committed in the heart of Paris, a stain of complicity that would haunt the nation for generations. The beginning of the end came on June 6, 1944, with the Allied D-Day landings in Normandy. As the Allied armies fought their way across France, the French resistance in Paris decided the time had come to liberate their own capital. On August 19th, the Parisian police went on strike, and the resistance called for a general uprising. Barricades, the old recurring symbol of Parisian revolution, went up in the streets. For several days, the resistance fighters, armed with a motley collection of weapons, fought pitched battles against the German garrison. Adolf Hitler, enraged by the uprising, issued one of his most infamous orders. Paris was not to be surrendered. It was to be turned into a field of rubble. He ordered the city's German governor, General Dietrich von Choltitz, to wire the city's bridges, monuments, and historic buildings for demolition, and to defend it to the last man. The world held its breath, fearing the imminent destruction of its most beloved city. But Choltitz, a man who despised the Nazi regime and who was appalled at the prospect of committing such a monstrous act of cultural vandalism, made a fateful decision. He disobeyed the Führer's order. He slow-walked the preparations for demolition, buying precious time as the Allied forces raced towards the city. On the night of August 24th, the first elements of the Allied armies reached the heart of Paris. In a moment of immense symbolic power, the honor of being the first to enter was given to the Free French 2nd Armored Division, commanded by General Philippe Leclerc. The city erupted in a delirium of joy. Bells that had been silent for 4 years pealed from every church tower. Tricolor flags, hidden for years, magically appeared from every window. The streets were flooded with euphoric crowds who showered the soldiers with flowers, wine, and kisses. The next day, General Charles de Gaulle, the very embodiment of the French resistance, made his triumphant return. At the Hôtel de Ville, he delivered one of the most famous speeches in French history, his voice ringing with pride and defiance. Paris, Paris outraged, Paris broken, Paris martyred. But Paris liberated by itself, liberated by its people with the help of the armies of France. Paris was free, scarred but intact, its beauty saved at the 11th hour. The war was not yet over, but the City of Light, after 4 long years of darkness, was once again illuminated with the inextinguishable fire of freedom. And so our journey through time in the City of Light draws to a close. We have walked from the marshy banks of a Celtic settlement named Lutetia to the grand, glittering metropolis of the modern age. We have seen it conquered by Roman legions and reborn as a Gallo-Roman city of stone and spectacle. We have witnessed its designation as the capital of a Frankish king, the cradle of a new nation forged in the crucible of the Dark Ages. We stood in the soaring naves of its Gothic cathedrals, monuments to a faith that sought to touch the heavens. And we have wandered the halls of its great university, the intellectual heart of medieval Europe. We have seen the city torn apart by the brutal zeal of religious wars and remade in the elegant image of the Renaissance. We watched as it was abandoned by a sun king for the gilded cage of Versailles, only to reclaim its centrality with a revolutionary fury that toppled the monarchy and shook the world. We have strolled the grand boulevards of a city forcibly modernized, admired the audacious iron lattice of its iconic tower, and glimpsed the fleeting, light-drenched moments of the Belle Époque. We have endured the grinding hardship of siege and the profound humiliation of occupation, and we have felt the explosive joy of its final, triumphant liberation. If there is a single thread woven through this vast and turbulent tapestry, it is one of ceaseless transformation and indomitable resilience. Paris has been a city of saints and scholars, of kings and revolutionaries, of artists and tyrants. It has been a stage for the grandest assertions of power and the most desperate struggles for freedom. The city that stands today is a living palimpsest, where the lines of its past are never fully erased. The medieval alleyways still twist in the shadow of Haussmann's grand avenues. The foundations of a Roman bathhouse rest beneath a Gothic museum, and the ghosts of its many revolutions linger on every street corner. To walk through Paris is to walk through time itself, to see the story of Western civilization etched into its very stones. It is a city that has learned, time and again, to absorb its own history, its triumphs, and its traumas, and to reflect it back to the world, not as a relic of the past, but as an enduring and ever-present light.